participants that already attend the plenary, please come inside the room. Thank you.
tidak perlu mudik. Saksikan persembahan kami di rumah saja.
Kebahagiaan yang aku kasihi berada di kota ini, harumnya selalu memanggilku untuk pulang. Hidup begitu ringan terasa saat ku di sini. Lepas penatku dalam pelukan kota Solo, kamulah saksi bisu keringat dan air mataku. Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati, selalu ingin pulang ke Solo. Jalan hidup membawaku terus melaju, mengalir sampai jauh bagai bengawan Solo. Tapi kau ajarkan aku jadi bijaksana, bersahaja dan menikmati anugerah Maha Esa. Hidup begitu ringan terasa saat ku di sini. Lepas penatku dalam pelukan kota Solo,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, selamat pagi, salam sehat, dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. The Honorable Professor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSC MSc, as a Vice Rector for Academic and Research Affairs for Universitas 11 Maret. The Honorable Mr. Henning Rainer Glasser from the German Southeast Asian Center for Excellence of Public Policy, Thammasat University, Thailand. The Honorable Associate Professor Rohaida Nordin from the Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali from the Ministry of Education, Government of Pakistan. The Honorable Professor Dr. Suni Umul Firdaus, SH.MH, from the Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret. The Honorable for Moderator today's event, Dr. Dona Budi Karisma, SH.MH, and the Honorable Faculty Members of the Pusdam Tanas Research Group and all ICDNR 2024 committee members, and all our dearest participants of ICDNR 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience at Universitas 11 Maret 2024. Boleh kita hangatkan suasana pagi ini dengan tepuk tangan yang meriah. We give our highest praise and gratitude for God for His grace that we can gather here in a good health at Ki Hajar Dewantara Tower Ballroom of UNS to attend this event. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nyimas Indri Senjaya, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for guiding today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024 is organized by the Center of Democracy and National Resilience Study at Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. This year marks the 4th edition of ICDNR. The theme we will discuss today is strengthening human rights protection against global threats in the contemporary democracy era. Before we dive into the main agenda, allow me to present today's schedule. First of all, we will have the opening. Second, we will have singing Indonesia Raya, followed by the prayer. The next one, there will be opening remarks. And then there will be documentation, and then presentation and question and answer for the session that will lead by moderator. The 8th agenda, we will have memento for our speakers, and last but not least, we will close the event with a special performance. To begin today's agenda, let's all join singing a national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and we invite Fitri to lead us. Untuk para hadirin dipersilakan untuk berdiri. dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. Next agenda, we will proceed with prayer. Mari kita berdoa menurut dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa dipersilahkan. For the prayer, may it bless today's activities so they may run smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the next agenda, which is the welcoming remarks. The first speech will be delivered by the Conference Chair of ICDNR 2024, Dr. Gayatri Dia Suprobawati SHMH. Kepada Ibu Dr. Gayatri Dia Suprobawati SHMH, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Hum Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. The Excellence Honorable Professor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSE MSc as a Vice Rector for Academic and Research Affairs of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta. The Excellence Honorable Professor Henning Glaser Rainer S. Chairman Southwest Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy, Thammasat University, Thailand, and Excellent Honorable Professor Assoc Dr. Haida Nurdin, Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Honorable Professor Dr. Suni Umul Firdaus, as Head Center of Democracy and National Resilience, 11 Maret University Indonesia, and Honorable Mr. Wazir Ali as Ministry of Education, Government of Pakistan, and Honorable Moderator of Studio Event, Dr. Dona Budi Karisma, SHMH, and Honorable Faculty Member of the Pusdam Tanas Research Group, and all ICDNR 20 and 24 committee members, and also auditors, participants of International Democracy and National Resilience 20 and 24. Ladies and gentlemen, my respect brothers and sisters, first, let me introduce myself. I am Gayatri Dia Suprabawati. As a chairperson of the committee, feel very honored to be in the presence of you at 4th International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 20 and 24. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the presence of all of you at this event. Your presence is a proof of tremendous support for us in organizing this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we are holding an international conference entitled Strengthening Human Rights Protection Against Global Threats in Temporary Democracy Era, with the aim of enriching of insight in strengthening human rights protection against global threats in temporary democracy era. Through this international conference, we hope to provide an inspiring and educative platform for the audience. Together with experts, we will discuss various relevant topics related to the theme of this morning international conference. But before I deliver my remarks, I would like to appreciate the 20 special colleagues from other countries we have attended the international conference this morning. The 20 countries are from Syria, Chad, Sudan, Somalia, Madagascar, Ghana, Nigeria, and Egypt, Palestine, Uganda, Rwanda, Yemen, Guinea, Zimbabwe, Papua New Guinea, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Timor-Leste, Tanzania, and Namibia. Please applause for them. Thank you so much. We hope this event will provide in-depth understanding and spark productive discussion. Let's take this opportunity to make this international conference a valuable learning opportunity. Let's absorb new knowledge, share experience, and enrich our horizon together. Before I end my remarks, let me express my gratitude to all those who have contributed. We are grateful for our distinguished honorees today. Prof. Mr. Glening Placer, Mr. Wazir Ali, Professor Asok Rohaida Nurdin, Professor Dr. Suni Umul Firdaus, and Rector and Dr. Dona Budi Karisma. Thank you to the attendees who are here, including 20 countries that attend this international conference. Those are my brief remarks. Be hopeful this international conference will run smoothly and provide sustainable benefits for all of us. We as the committee apologize if there are some shortcomings and mistakes in this course of this event. Maybe that's all I can say. Congratulations on attending a series of international conference event this morning. And thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk conference chair kita. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next agenda, which is the second speech yang sekaligus akan membuka acara kita pada hari ini, that will be delivered by the Vice Rector for Academic and Research Affairs of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, who will also officially open the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024. We kindly invite Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI MSc to the stage. Kepada Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Profesor Honoris Causa Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Bambang Sugeng Rukmono, SHMM, MH, Deputy Attorney General on Advancement, the Attorney General Office of Republic Indonesia. The Honorable Speakers, Professor Henning Rainer Glaser, from Germany Southeast Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy, Thammasat University, Thailand. The Associate Professor Dr. Rohaida Nurdin from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Mr. Wazir Ali from the Ministry of Education, Pakistan. Professor Suni Umul Firdaus, Head of Pusdam Tanas, LPPM UNS. And the Honorable Chair of this conference, Dr. Gayatri, the Honorable all of the steering committee, all of the distinguished guests, and all of the participants. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us a good and healthy condition, then we can attend this conference, the 4th International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024. On behalf of Universitas 11 Maret, I welcome you all to this prestigious event in the ballroom UNS Tower. This conference is organized by Pusdam Tanas, a center in Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Masyarakat Universitas 11 Maret, which is actively conducting some activities related to democracy and national resilience. Today's conference provides a theme of strengthening human rights protection against global threats in the contemporary democracy era. As we know that until recently, human rights violations still occur all over the world, such as in Myanmar, in Afghanistan, in Palestine, and etc. And Indonesia has also a dark history in human rights violation, such as the event that we ever heard about Talang Sari, Semanggi, and then Trisakti, and the disappearing of some activists during the Reformation era, 1997 until 1998, and some other cases that we ever heard through media or social media. So based on the past and the recent condition on human rights violation, it is essential for us to gather and discussion how to do some preventive action and how to implement and consider human rights in all aspects of our life. In order to do that, it requires a collaboration between academics, between practitioners, between civil society organization, and with government to strengthen the human rights protection against global threats in this era. I do believe that this conference will provide some positive impacts on the human rights protection through the discussion and some specific theme that will be delivered by keynote and all of the speakers. Therefore, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference, the 4th International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024. Thank you very much to Pusdem Tanas and to all of committee members for organizing this conference and for their hard work on preparing everything to conduct this conference. Have a good academic environment, sharing knowledge each other, and having a fruitful discussion. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati. We move on to the next agenda, which is documentation. We kindly ask Professor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI, MSI, and also speakers, moderator, and all the committee in front of the stage. For the next one, we invite all attendants to please stand up for a group photo. For those seated at the back and the side, come forward and join the picture with our speakers, moderators, and guests. Iya, untuk semua hadirin bisa dipersilakan untuk berdiri. Yang di atas, di belakang, dan di kanan dan kiri bisa merapat untuk menghadap ke layar. Thank you, everyone. Now please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, to refresh the atmosphere for today's international conference, let us enjoy a musical performance by Claudia and Jordan. Please welcome Claudia and Jordan and give big applause for them.
I close my eyes and I can see the world is waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home.
They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in the world that we design.
'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, it's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there's to make you smile on a rainy day.
They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our mind. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to a world that we desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take.
A million dreams for the world we're gonna make.
However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me.
You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along.
To the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see.
Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head.
A million dreams are keeping me awake.
A million dreams, a million dreams.
I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams, it's all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make. like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Find light in your beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see a vision of ecstasy. And you hold me, I'm alive, like a diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away, oh right away.
At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the love inside your eyes. Tonight, you and I were beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond, beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Come rise to the universe as we moonshine anomaly. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the love inside your
Shine bright
eyes.
tonight, you and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
So shine bright tonight, you and I. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Oh yeah. Shine
Bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Now give big applause again to our singer. Okay, the next agenda, we will move on to the presentation from all our speakers. This session will be moderated by Dr. Dona Budi Karisma, SHMH, who will guide us through the discussion. Dr. Dona Budi Karisma, SHMH, is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Universitas 11 Maret, and a member at the Pusdam Tanas Research Group. He specialized civil law and has several publications and international journals, including one titled Cryptocurrency Mining Policy to Protect the Environment. He has also authored several books, which is one title in Digital Economy Law. Ladies and gentlemen, mari berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Dr. Dona Budi Karisma.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya dan salam kebajikan. John Locke said that human rights are fundamental rights that human have. These rights are life, liberty, and property. This right is a right that human have naturally. But we know that in global tragedy, very many violations in human rights. We saw that in Palestine, we know that human rights are violation, and Rohingya in Myanmar, and also very many cases that human rights are violation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024, which organized by Pusat Studi Demokrasi dan Ketahanan Nasional Universitas 11 Maret. I am Tuna and I will be the moderator. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Wazir Ali, from Ministry of Education Government of Pakistan. Mr. Wazir Ali, please take a seat on podium. Applause for Mr. Wazir Ali. And the second speaker is Dr. Haida Nurdin from Faculty of Law, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Rohida joined from Zoom. Maybe conference panitia can you can help us to the Zoom. Connected in the Zoom, please. Hello, Dr. Haida. Assalamualaikum.
Hello, Waalaikumsalam.
Yes. Can you hear us clearly?
Yes, but very low.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time to join this conference, Dr. Haida.
Pleasure.
Okay. The third speaker is Henning Rainer Gressel from German Southeast Asian Center of Excellence for Public Policy, Thammasat University, Thailand. Mr. Gressel, can you hear us? Hello? Mr. Gressel? Mr. Gressel? Hello? Can you hear me, Mr. Gressel? Hello, Mr. Gressel, can you hear me? Okay, maybe he still prepared to join this conference. And the last speaker is our Professor Suni Umul Firdaus, Head of Pusat Studi Demokrasi Ketahanan Nasional UNS. Please join to take this podium. Prof. Suni, welcome. Thank you, Prof. Suni. Please give applause to our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, our speaker will be invited to present the material. After all our speaker is finished, there will be question and answer session, and followed by our conclusion. At the first speaker is from Mr. Wazir Ali. Are you ready? Are you ready, Mr.? Yes. Okay. Okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Yeah. First of all, I'm very thankful to the committee for inviting me here, especially to Professor Soni Firdos for giving me this wonderful opportunity today to be in front of you and talk about the impact of social media on youth awareness and political engagement in Pakistan. I am Wazir Ali. Basically, I am a government employee in education sector in Ministry of Pakistan, and I'm doing PhD in education in Sablas Marat University, Surakarta. And this is wonderful to be here today and talk about social media, its role, awareness about political engagement in Pakistan. So I'm very grateful again to the committee for this opportunity that in the 4th International Conference on Democracy and National Resilience. So this is a wonderful platform for all of the learners across the globe to understand that how democracy is important for any country to move forward. So I will start that why we discuss this topic, why democracy is important, or why the discourse of political engagement is too important for us. So in the context of Pakistan, if we talk about, so Pakistan has around 250 million population, and due to the rapid growth of internet access, mobile internet, broadband, so the access of internet in Pakistan is almost 70% population, where population could have the access to internet. So if we see that in this much internet access, so does this really reflect something to the democracy or not? So this is a central question today for us, that does a tweet or a hashtag or a post on social media could really influence the masses, the population, and the political discourse which it has. So this is something that I'm going to discuss through this presentation. If we could move towards the next slide. So if we see this, social media has rapidly growing all around the world. Today in Indonesia, we see that everyone has access to social media. They have accounts, they are using different channels to communicate. So this way, the population in Pakistan is also have the access to social media. And nowadays, it is a basic need for every human being to have access to social media, to engage with people, to stay in touch with people, not just for the communication, but for the information. For a student, we need access to the several libraries, websites, to get the knowledge. But for a citizen, they want to have access towards government, to the policies which are being implemented. So traditional media, which we have been following for last 2 or 3 decades, they were not as responsible towards our needs. So social media has seen a gap, and social media filled that gap and brought an engagement with a common man and someone he has voted for his constituency. So now there is a direct connection between two people, a common man and someone who is representing him or her in the assemblies. So now it brought them together. He or she could ask that why you are not working for my betterment of life. So it has really brought something through the Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. These platforms have connected us with those people, those who were out of the reach some time ago, but now they are not. Whatever the policy they are trying to make in the assemblies, we could do commentary on that. We could say that this is not going to provide the justice. So this has enhanced our participation in the political process. So political participation also increased the accountability and empowerment, particularly for the marginalized groups, wherever they have no access, but now due to the access of internet and social media, people are connected through that. If we could move to the next slide. So the social media platforms are making democratic process easier, and these platforms are allowing rapid information, facilitating political awareness and the involvement of everybody. So like if I quote some example from Pakistan, so there are few notable movements which recently took place. Me Too movement was there in Pakistan, especially it was started by the women that if they were harassed in their offices, in schools or universities, so they raised their voice. And so many people supported them. There were so many slogans like that. They did protests, and then government made a law for them. So it is the victory of all those who really took the initiative. Then there is a big movement. There is a province in Pakistan. Pakistan has 4 provinces, and all these provinces are based on the linguistic backgrounds. There is Punjab, Sindh, Khyber and Balochistan. So in Khyber province, mostly the population is like Afghan people. They are Pashtun. They speak the Pashto language. So they started a movement because different state organizations were against those few people. They were killed or they were took to the jails without presenting to any court. So they started a movement, and this movement brought a big change in Pakistan and brought so much awareness about the real issues of people. So this way, social media is really enhancing and putting people together. Next slide, please. So social media has empowered marginalized voices. Those voices which were not heard now are being heard, because due to the access which allowed these groups to participate in political discussions and share their views or the concerns. So in Pakistan, as I have earlier mentioned, that women have raised their voice, and now they have been leveraged with so many laws that they could advocate for gender equality and the labor rights in the public discourse. With that, if we talk about the current scenario of Pakistan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan is in jail, and Twitter is banned almost 1.5 years ago. Twitter was banned in Pakistan. So Twitter is not working just because of the former Prime Minister of Pakistan. He and his followers are mostly using the Twitter. So the government itself or the regulatory authority in Pakistan, the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, has banned the Twitter, and still people are managing through VPN. They are using, because Imran Khan was engaging with his followers and his supporters and his voters through this platform. So this way we could see that how much a platform is really engaging people and providing the source of awareness among that. So next slide, please. So social media is protecting democracy as well. As we have discussed that if a former Prime Minister is in jail, but he is using a platform and engaging with his followers, so this way now people have started using social media, and now we see so many journalists. You see that someone has a mobile and they will come to you and they will ask for an interview, or they will ask something that what do you think about this issue, this social or this political issue. So now social media has brought more people in the field of journalism, and they advocate for the human rights, they advocate for the social rights, they advocate if they see something is not going in the right direction. So if they see that if this policy is not going to be helpful, so they criticize their governments as well. And this is all because of the role of social media, which is increasing day by day in our lives. This way, if people see that there is some sort of misconduct or corruption, so they raise their voice and they want justice for that. And recently, so many influential people were captured by the government just because of raising the voice against them. Because due to their influence in past, it was not acceptable to jail them or to take them to the court. But now it is happening because people are aware. Now, traditional media is also following the social media. If you see that if there is a hashtag, so traditional media will also follow that, because it is going to bring viewership for them as well. Now we see there are so many YouTubers who are running their channels, and from there they go to the traditional media because they are hired because of their concerns, their views, and their opinions. So real-time reporting of elections now become possible, that whatever you see, that if any of the candidate is doing any manipulation at the elections, so this could be reported. Earlier it was not possible. You can just make a video or take pictures and send to the ministries. So this become possible nowadays. And social media is protecting democracy as well, and it is going to expose the corruption, and it is promoting accountability as well. It depends that how good we are going to use the social media for our electoral process. If we move to the next slide, there is a censorship and digital surveillance as well. Especially if we talk about in Pakistan nowadays, a law has been passed that Pakistan Telecommunication Authority could really record your calls, or they have the access towards your social media. So if you spread something against state, so you could be jailed. There are laws, you could be fined for some money, or there is some punishment as well. So censorship also came with the spread of digital media. We cannot say that it is just the fault of the governance itself. It is the fault of people as well. So we have to be aware that what are the limitations, where we have to stop, and if we have the organizations who are really working for the promotion of country, so we must not engage with them in some sort of bad attitude. So this way, and some sort of restrictions, and we see harassment cases as well on social media, and there are few cases that the data has been also hacked on the different sources. So this is something that is still happening out there. With the passage of time, might things get better. If we move to the next slide. So if we see the civic engagement, mostly we see that people are using, if we talk about in the context of Pakistan, so WhatsApp and Facebook are those platforms which are usually mostly used. So people mostly rely on WhatsApp and Facebook. Twitter was preferably used for political engagement, but nowadays Twitter is banned in Pakistan, so people rely on Facebook or Instagram. And this way there is a active online participation in political discussions, and it really helps people to to engage with each other on the different, if they have difference of opinion as well. So a debate, a discussion brings them together to a platform. This way, people organize protests and public participation. Like if we talk about the recent elections in Pakistan, so the former Prime Minister was in jail. His entire party was banned, and there was nothing for them to even do a public gathering. But due to use of social media and few tweets, he took almost 40% seats in Pakistan, just staying in the jail. If he was outside, so results could be more than that. So this is something happening, that if you really could use how to use the social media for public discourse, so there is a lot of margin in that. So it has increased political expressions, thoughts with each other, but still we see that there are concerns of online harassment, and it is really affecting the political discourse. So then there is a misinformation and privacy concerns as well. So we have to encounter with the false information, because people do not go through or see the real case. Whatever they see, just at the first glance, they put it on social media, and they do not follow that really it is going to be false, it is right or wrong. So misinformation is going to impact online content as well, but here we need strict rules, and it is the responsibility of a user as well. As a user, we have to see that really we are going to threat someone, or we are going to spread the right news, or we are going to share the false information. Because in Pakistan recently, due to the spread of so much social media, now due to the limited knowledge and information, people started sharing so many things which were against the state, and few things were against the Islamic laws, and few people are jailed and few people are killed by other people by spreading those news, especially if we talk about the last Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So due to that, this thing is also become dangerous and harmful as well. So we have to consider these things, that if there is a positive aspect, so there is a negative one as well. So we have to go with the positive things. Next slide, please. So social media platforms and the role of the democracy and the connection between democracy. So as we have discussed that social media and democracy both are working together. They could not leave each other. These are the two basic pillars of a state. So social media, digital media, or the traditional media bring eyes to the democracy and the state to know that what is really happening. So this way, digital platforms are bringing awareness about human rights, about the basic laws, and to make sure that corruption must not be happening. So it has made easier the public discourse and public offices accountable to the population, and it really brought the voices to the political discourse, which was not possible in the past time. And this way, online campaigns for women, minority rights, and social justice are taking place with the passage of time. So it has increased the role for the democratic rules, democracy, that now you could not make any law which could not be public. So whatever you are doing in the assembly, it is heard by the people every day, and it is closely monitored by the different organizations from the human rights and other watchdogs they follow you, and if there is something, so they go against you. And now if we talk about the policy recommendations, what could be really helpful in the coming future. So for the effective digital regulations, we need a balance of free speech. There must be a full stop that after this or these domains you could not talk about. So it is important that government and these platforms must create a transparent policy that prevent abuse, and it really helps people to understand that which support legitimate expression of the thoughts. You are not going to hurt someone. Like in the recent times we have been witnessing from France and other European countries that there are different competitions to make sketches or cartoons of Prophet, peace be upon him. So this is not the freedom of speech. This way you are going to hurt the sentiments of billions Muslims or any religious sect or religious community or any social community. So this way there must be a balance between freedom of speech. And then digital literacy is essential, very important for everybody. Like in universities, there must be counseling. Outside in the society, there must be such programs that really make awareness about these things and promote that everyone has to be responsible while using social media, not to hurt someone. And with this, government, civil society, and the tech companies also must promote and protect the basic human rights and help people to safeguard the freedom of speech. To conclude this study, we came to understand that social media is a very powerful tool if we really know how to use it. So it is going to help us to express our views, to promote and make accountable our political elite, political leadership, and we could really engage in our political discourse by viewing, sharing our views to the assembly members. And this way social media has enabled democratic participation, transparency and activism. And it raised our voices, it took us to the high notes, and if we really want to enjoy the democracy, so we have to follow and we have to obey some rules as well. So this is the most important thing, that if social media has given us freedom of speech, so it has brought some responsibilities, some duties and some restrictions as well. If we follow those, so I think that we could flourish more, we could have more access to the laws, and we could have more freedom of expression in the coming days. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, applause for Mr. Wazir Ali. We have a new insight that social media have a positive impact in Pakistan, especially to increase the democratic system. And social media play a vital role in protecting democratic practice to expose corruption, accountability, and transparency in electoral process. Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your idea, for your knowledge to us. And the second speaker is Dr. Rohaida. Yes, Dr. Rohaida, can you hear us in Zoom conference?
Yeah, can.
Okay. Are you ready, Dr. Rohaida?
But I don't know, is there an echo?
Yes, pardon me, please.
Echo in my voice.
Yes, okay. We can hear you in here. Okay,
then.
yes. Time is yours, Dr. Aida.
Can I have my slide, please?
Yes. For share screen your material from committee or yourself, Dr. Aida?
I already passed my slide to the committee.
Oh yes, okay. Please, committee, can you help Dr. Aida to share the material presentation? Okay, it's ready,
Okay.
Dr. Aida. Okay,
All right.
the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, the honorable guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen. The given topic is actually quite challenging for legal scholars like me, but anyway, I will try to meet the organizers' expectation through this 6 part of presentation of mine. So I will start by looking at the dichotomy or the contrast between various terminologies, and then I will look at some of the important principles of the ASEAN Human Rights Body, HR, before giving my concluding remark. Next slide, please. Slide number 2, 3. Next slide. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, statehood is not even mentioned in the ASEAN Charter. This is because it is presented through concepts that have same meaning as statehood. And these concepts are clearly listed on principle underpinning the establishment of ASEAN. If you look at Article 2 of the ASEAN Charter, it provides that ASEAN and its member states shall act in accordance with 6 main principles. And if you look one by one, they tantamount to concept that actually preserve statehood. Okay, among others, the first is respect for independence, sovereignty, equality, territorial integrity, and national identity. Next, non-interference in internal affairs of member state. Then if you move on, the next one is respect for the right of the members to lead its national existence. And then fast forward, respect for different cultures, languages, and religion of the people while emphasizing their common values in the spirit of unity in diversity. So what I make from these 6 main principles that ASEAN Charter creates tension between the need to integrate and the member state reluctance to yield to national sovereignty. In reality, members are practicing non-interference policy, in which, although they belong to ASEAN, in most time, they are handling their internal matters without interference from other members and becoming lenient towards other states in terms of boundaries, resources, and human rights. Next slide, please. Okay, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, also known as ICHAR, established in 2009 as a consultative association for ASEAN. So the focus is more on promotion of human rights rather than taking on protective responsibility. And if you've been following literatures on ASEAN and ICHAR, the TOR, term of reference, were bombarded with serious international criticism. One of it is the policy of non-interference. And second one will be the fact that member, although they are required to submit a yearly report, but the government representative are denied the latitude for investigation on allegation of human rights violation. And this inability of ICHAR, including to enforce effective sanction for violation of human rights, represent or demonstrate a stumbling block to the attainment of basic human rights for the people of ASEAN. Next slide, please. Okay, this is important slide. I tried to look deeper into this non-interference policy. It's a foreign policy that dissuades any form of interference in internal affairs of another state. Yeah, and in addition to ASEAN Charter, this policy also mentioned in various other official documents and also statement. All right, and this non-interference policy actually attributed to history, to the fact that all 5 founding members experienced the effect of colonization. Hence, ASEAN adopted this non-interference policy to arrive at some level of security and consistency. And this is based on the principle of state sovereignty and the right to self-determination. But then I view that a sovereign state ought to be able to grant the assurance that the security and rights of its people would be safeguarded. And failure to do that, it will render the state as a failed state without or with a doubtful sovereignty. Next slide. Moving on to the establishment of ASEAN human rights body and its principle. Ladies and gentlemen, the declaration of the ASEAN Concord in the Treaty of Cooperation led to ASEAN's focus on the right of every state to lead its national existence as its underlying concept rather than individual right. Next slide, please. ASEAN leaders prioritize the principle of sovereignty and non-interference in addressing numerous human rights situations, and this is to prevent the organization from sanctioning policy and issuing statements that may be construed as meddlesome by other ASEAN members. And in 1993, an immediate attempt was made to establish a regional human rights mechanism. 1998, ASEAN formed an informal non-governmental working group to implement the human rights. And then you can read in the slide as to the chronology on the establishment of ASEAN human rights body. But this is all related to Article 14 of the ASEAN Charter, which was imposing the necessity for ASEAN to develop a human rights body, which eventually has been successful in 2009, via informal approach to provide consultation, cooperative activities, networking, and policy advocacy. Next slide. According to the Article 14 of the ASEAN Charter, ICHAR, has to work based on the term of reference as adopted by the ASEAN Foreign Minister meeting in July 29. I'm going to go quite fast for this few slides. Yeah? Can you move on to the next slide? All right, next slide. Okay, when we talk about the term of reference or purposes of ICHAR, look at point 1 of the term of reference, stipulate the purpose of ICHAR, the purpose of the establishment. There's 4 listed in the slide. 1 is promoting and protecting the human rights and fundamental freedom, and then upholding the right to live in peace, and then promoting regional stability and harmony, friendship and cooperation, and then to accommodate national and regional particularities and mutual respect for differences. But when there is a concern, there must be an attempt to try to balance between rights and responsibility. That is the main concern. Okay, the next slide. This is the table that I prepared to provide the status of rectification of 9 core human rights treaties by ASEAN members. So if you look at this table, yeah, so Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Cambodia are doing quite well, in which most of these 4 countries rectified minimum of 8 human rights treaties. And Malaysia and Brunei has the least treaties rectified. And if you go by the treaty, Convention on the Rights of Child and the right of people with disability receive full rectification by ASEAN members, whereas for the migrant workers only receive 2 rectification from Indonesia and Philippines, mainly because the fact that they are the source country for migrant workers that justified or motivate the rectification of the migrant workers treaty by these 2 countries. And finally, the Convention on Prevention or Protection from Enforced Disappearance only received 2 rectification. One is from Thailand, which is recently rectified on 14 May 2024, and by Cambodia. So this is the status of rectification of the 4 human rights treaties by ASEAN members. So moving on to the principle of ICHAR. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, according to DDOR, the work of ICHAR should be guided by several fundamental principles established in Article 2 of ASEAN Charter. And I'm not going to repeat this because, I have mentioned this in my earlier slide. And moving on to the next slide. ICHAR also must respect international human rights principles, among others, principle of universality, indivisibility, interdependence, and interrelation. And also 3 other guiding principles that has to be followed by ICHAR, and these are very important and crucial to the scope of my presentation today. One is the recognition that the primary responsibility for promotion and protection of rights rests with each member, the 10 member states. Second, adoption of a constructive and non-adversarial approach, and work together to improve the promotion and protection of human rights. And finally, the adoption of an evolution evolutionary approach that contribute to the development of human right norm and standard. Okay, the mandate and function of IHR, there are 40 points to the mandate and function of IHR. 6 are promotional mandate, which I have done you a favor. So they are listed in the slide. And the next slide lists down other mandate, which functional in nature and in relation to their specific tasks and obligations. So ladies and gentlemen, you can go through the list later, yeah, from my slide. And the next slide is where the 14-point mandate has been grouped into 6. The next slide. So from 14 mandates, so they can be grouped into 6. One is on the rule for standard setting, and then second, the cooperation and political support. The third one is the protection mandate, which include collection of information from member state, which is very important mandate, and providing advisory services and technical assistance on human rights. And fourth, human rights strategy. And fifth, on development capacity. And number 6 is also an important mandate, which is, which will be looked at when I move to the last part of my presentation on evolutionary approach of ASEAN, which is dialogue, including the opening of dialogue and consultation, not only within the ASEAN members, but between ASEAN institution and other agencies at the level of regional and also international. Okay, the next slide is on the composition of the representative of IHR. Detailed point on this can be seen in this slide, and I'm not gonna take time to go through them. You can go through in your free time. And then we move on to the other slide on the composition of chair of IHR. Yeah, again, you can look at some detail in the slide about the chairmanship of IHR. Moving on to the next slide on IHR responsibility or relationship with other ASEAN body. As an advisory body and an integral part of ASEAN overall organizational structure, IHR maintain relationship with other ASEAN body. So according to the TOR, 2 other bodies are required to work closely with IHR, namely the Secretary General and the ASEAN Secretariat, and the nature of their collaboration is stated in this slide. I just want to add about this slide. Yeah? The fact that IHR will submit an annual report and other appropriate report to the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting for review, and ASEAN Foreign Ministers can also instruct IHR to meet if necessary. So one last slide on this point, yeah, on IHR establishment and principle is regarding amendment and review. This is to prove or to show that reformation approach may not be suitable for IHR. Evolutionary approach is, more practical, yeah, and reasonable. So basically, in ensuring attainment of safeguard on human rights protection, so we go for the low-hanging fruits, yeah, which is evolutionary approach rather than revolutionary approach. When I say revolutionary approach, I'm actually referring to the amendment of the legal framework within ASEAN and also ICHAR. Yeah, for example, to give the ICHAR power for investigation, so the term of reference has to be amended. Although that the TOR provide for such avenue, next slide please. The member state can submit a formal request to amend the TOR, and the amendment will be considered by ICHAR, a permanent representative committee in consultation with ICHAR, and submitted for ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting for approval. But this is what I describe of, establishing normative legal framework, which is quite demanding in terms of time, and probably will not get consensus by the members of ASEAN. Okay, now moving on to the last part of my presentation, which I combine few parts. Yeah. So regarding ASEAN, next slide, constructive and non-confrontational approach and cooperation. So this principle can also be seen in, for example, ASEAN consensus on protection and promotion of rights of migrant workers, where the members encourage to conduct constructive dialogue, consultation, cooperation, exchange of information, whatnot. And this approach is also called ASEAN Way. Yeah, and under this ASEAN Way, members of ASEAN do not confront each other at the UN Assembly when deliberating on human rights. Even, for UPR, you hardly see that, practices. And historically, ASEAN focus more on amity and cooperation to foster economic interaction. So ASEAN has traditionally adopted a constructive and non-confrontational approach in its pursuit for promoting and protection of human rights in the region, and this is called as ASEAN Way. So basically, this way emphasizes the principle of non-interference, consensus building, and acquired diplomacy. Right? And according to scholars, though, ASEAN Way means more than just non-interference, but it is a viable strategy in a global conflict resolution. Yeah, so it is actually a working guideline set out procedures by which conflict could be managed by the region. Next slide. I share the view of some of the scholars regarding ASEAN Way, or the constructive and non-confrontational approach and cooperation. If you look at the first one, bullet number 2, it was the view of Acharya, in which, according to him, while principle of interstate relation like non-intervention, non-use of force can be regarded as not unique to ASEAN, but what is unique to ASEAN is social cultural practices of informality and consensus building, non-adversarial and non-hegemonic. Yeah, this is typical to ASEAN. All right, and another scholars, which is Hong et al., as a conflict management framework. So ASEAN Way set processes that emphasize self-resistance and accommodation of divergent interests in managing differences. This is interesting. Accepting the cultural practices of musyawarah and muafakat, yeah, agreeing to disagree while shelving the need to settle differences. And finally, jargon hackle, yeah, I just share with you, as a diplomatic and security culture, describe ASEAN way as integral part of normative framework, but has defined regional governance in terms of a set of processes and institution, and normally they are in the form of formal and informal approaches. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. I think you can read this slide on your own as well, where I put a question: how can this concept increase the protection and promotion of human rights within ASEAN? So let's take Myanmar and Rohingya as our case analysis. So what can be done under the principle of constructive, non-confrontational approach and cooperation? Yeah. So now let's move on to the next slide, ladies and gentlemen. The evolutionary approach for ASEAN and ACHAR. Next slide. The term of reference of ACHAR 2.5 specify on adoption of an evolutionary approach that would contribute to the development of human rights norm and standard in ASEAN. So what I want to emphasize is that regional human rights system, including ACHAR, are not fixed product. Yeah, they are established at a particular point in history. Yes, true. Yeah, but they evolve. Yeah, they are rather works in progress and evolve over time. The evolutionary approach is also incorporated in the architecture of ASEAN human rights system. So, and not only that, so this evolutionary approach is a tool for ACHAR in fulfilling its mandate and function of promoting and protecting human rights in the ASEAN region. So which is similar to decision-making process in ASEAN. Yeah, if you look at Article 20 in bracket 1 of ASEAN Charter, so it has to be made, or any issues can only be decided upon through consultation and consensus. So the same principle also apply for ACHAR. Okay, next. What is the next slide, please? So what do we have currently within ACHAR and ASEAN? So the existing approach available within ACHAR right now shall be discussed in this particular slide. But before that, there are three factors for an effective ASEAN human rights mechanism, which can go along with the non-interference policy. One is the commitment of members to talk about human rights issue, then agreement to talk about it, and then available platform or agenda in which they can talk about it. So my observation is that currently ASEAN members evolve. They become more open to talk about human rights, not only within their own state, but also within other states or within the region in the ACHAR's meeting. An institutionalized agenda of human rights in ACHAR is the recent development of ASEAN. So in which each representative of the state can talk about human rights in ACHAR meeting. So focus on this. Each representative of members, yeah. So no NGOs, no other parties, non-state actors, yeah, in this discussion. So they also introduce ASEAN Human Rights Dialogue which claim to be similar to the UPR, Universal Periodic Review, in which a representative can talk about human rights situation and then assessment of the situation on their term using their definition, and then provide view on how to address violation without being accused as being interfering. Yeah, and these two few platform is to create opportunity to exchange views, share best practices, improve capacity building for official, especially, and changing attitude and perspective. But the challenges or limitation remain, in which each state has different idea on human rights. And most of the time, human rights seen as security issues rather than human rights per se. So what can be done? I mean, what can be evolved in this sense? So let's look into the last few slides. Let's move on. Evolutionary approach. So there's three parts of this so-called evolutionary approach. Yeah, probably ASEAN HR has been doing this, but it has to be done as a matter of norm. Yeah, and on a regular basis. For example, HR representative to travel to each ASEAN member state, no longer remain at the headquarters of HR, and upon the visit, CSO and NHRI can take this opportunity to meet with the HR representative and bring their concern to the knowledge or attention of HR rep. Yeah, because this is already within the mandate of HR. Yeah, similarly, if we look to the second one, the setting up of an expert group or sub-body, which is similar to those of, Human Rights Commission. Although Human Rights Commission was seen as a political body, it established expert group or bodies which later on developed into special procedures. So this is important and should be considered seriously by HR and ASEAN. So it will ensure the quality and accurateness of the factual information and to develop common approaches and position on human rights matters of interest in ASEAN. And the next one is also about gathering of information, a country visit, and providing advisory assistance, technical assistance, and all these are within the 6 group mandate of HR that I have listed down in the earlier slide. So next slide, I just want to emphasize that it's no longer dialogue between HR representative and state representative. So it should be an inclusive process, which is really close to the Universal Periodic Review. So there must be participation of the state representative and HR representative in the dialogue on equal footing, yeah, and then they should also include non-state organization, including businesses, yeah, should also participate. And I think NGO is important actor in this dialogue, yeah. So they can bring topic or agenda or pre-proposal. They can also provide data to validate the data provided by the state, and they can also raise awareness. And then I also think that other non-state actors, which include expert, academia, think tank, yeah, should also participate in this dialogue. And finally, in selected cases, local or regional government should also participate to complete the whole picture of inclusive processes. So this is what I consider as evolutionary and inclusive approach, which is an extension of what HR already have, which is in the form of ASEAN Human Rights Dialogue, to bring greater objectivity to analyze on human rights situation in every ASEAN member state. No state will be exempted. Yeah, all state will
Dr.
be.
Roheda, your
Okay.
time is 5
All right.
minutes again,
Okay.
please.
All
Maybe
right.
you
So
can
can
go
you
to
give
your
me 2
conclusion.
minutes?
Yes, okay.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Then my conclusion is that respect for human rights is already at the center of ASEAN activities. Yeah. ASEAN can only fulfill its mission by giving a central place to human rights. This should include strengthening domestic and regional legal framework to respect human rights. So what I have shared in this presentation is one is the ideal one in which ASEAN can modify the term of reference to accommodate the setting up of human rights judicial authority with power to issue binding judgment. But in the meantime, ASEAN to strike a balance, we're talking about balancing actually here, between the non-interference policy and state responsibility and accountability in the work, and non-interference policy can remain but should not dictate us on how to move forward on human rights. By that, I thank everyone for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Applause for Dr. Roheda, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I think ASEAN have an important role to promote and to struggle the enforcement of human rights in ASEAN zone. But it's very many challenges to solve the problem of human violation rights in ASEAN. Okay, the third session is from the third speaker is Mr. Gressel. Hello, Mr. Gressel. Are you ready? Mr. Gressel from Thammasat University.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me too?
Okay. Please committed to have the share screen for the material. Okay, Mr. Gressel, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank the Center for Democracy and National Resilience Studies, and especially Professor Suni Umul Firdaus. I'm very happy to be here, and like Dr. Roheda, I also hear my voice as an echo, so that is a little bit irritating, but I will do my best to not to be too irritated. I would like to talk about basically three things. First of all, the nature and manifestation of human rights. So what are human rights? Because many people are not that clear about what they really are. Then I want to talk about the impact and resilience of human rights. And lastly, the change and challenges human rights are facing right now. Talking about human rights, first of all, needs a definition, and I would like to define human rights as a supreme, universalistic morality in legal shape. So what does it mean? First of all, human rights obviously are different from other parts, elements of law. We are talking about a law that is morally charged, so we have a kind of moral commitment when we talk about human rights. This moral commitment is specific, it is universalistic, meaning that we have the idea that human rights are those kind of moral positions we want to extend to every human being as a human being. And we have that in a legal shape. And that is a very difference we have to see when we talk about humanity and humanism and human rights. The idea that we have a kind of universalistic morality or a kind of humanism is very old and is rooted in basically the important world religions, Islam, Christianity, and so on. But the idea to put that in a legal shape is relatively new. And not only that, we don't only put that universalistic morality into a legal shape, we are also claiming that this is part of the Constitution and thus part of the supreme law of the land, so it's a higher level of law. Having said that, when we look at human rights as a universalistic, moral, legal position, we have to acknowledge that they are, in essence, fluid and contextual. And that means they are changing in time, they are depending on where we claim them, and that means also they are relative and they are contested, and we have multiple interpretations of what is the content of rights. The issue with rights from the state perspective is very much this inherent power of a supreme universalistic morality. And here I would like to make a differentiation. When we talk about human rights, we don't talk about universal moral or legal positions. That means they are applying everywhere in the same way. They are not, as I say, they are fluid and contextual, but we make the point that they are universalistic. That means they apply to everyone, and that implies that they are somehow transcending the authority of the state. So states never like to be curtailed in their power, and that is why human rights always are in a certain tension to the state, while at the same time participating in the state idea about constitutional identity, national identity, if the constitution adopts them. We also have to see that when we talk about human rights, we are talking about a very broad spectrum. We have really very different approaches towards human rights, like the generation of rights, different kinds of rights we see, but also about how much we demand. So in some contexts, we demand an ethical minimum when we talk about human rights. We talk about not to be tortured, not to be killed, not to be kidnapped, all these things. This is a minimum. And at the same time, we have sometimes positions that are kind of very specific interpretation of a maximum of rights. There, I mean, for example, the recognition rights, which are now very much in the center of Western rights discourses. So where we claim that certain identities have to be recognized by others. This is an evolution of the idea of rights. This is new, and this is contested also in the West. When we now look again at the function of human rights and their nature, they are part of the Constitution, and that yet they transcend the Constitution because they are participating in a morality that is not defined by the state, but by the society, maybe by religion. So traditionally, human rights are positions between the state and the private actors. And here we have to acknowledge a very important change. These days, I would say a much more important question is maybe not only the relation between state and individual actor, but also between individuals and other private actors, in particular large corporations and the state and large corporations. And we can see that very much when we look at phenomena like shadow banning and others, where we have corporate actors that are doing things that affect what we would claim our basic rights, but we could not enforce it in the traditional view of human rights because here we don't have the state acting against these positions, but private actors. And there, for sure, we have a lot to discuss, and probably there will be change ahead. Let me now come to the question of the impact and resilience of rights. So what makes human rights or basic rights powerful? What gives them impact? What makes them resilient against the change I will come to later? First of all, I think it is very important to appreciate that rights are as strong as their legal infrastructure is. So rights as a part of the law are for sure defined in their power and their impact by the surrounding legal infrastructure. What do I mean with that? So legal infrastructure for me is the hardware and the software of the legal system. And that means when I talk about the hardware, how many courts do we have? How independent are the courts? How trained are the judges? How many books we have? How many journals we have in the country? That is the hardware of the legal infrastructure. And that makes really a difference. If you have only very few people dealing with human rights, if you have maybe 4 or 5 people who are really aware of the international discourses, that is something different if compared to have 500, 1,000 or 2,000 people dealing with this issue. So it is very much the size of the legal system that decides about the impact, the quality, the resilience of any part of law, in particular human rights. But we also have the software of the legal system, and we talk about the infrastructure. And there I would like to point to the importance of dogmatics, of the legal science, and the legal discourse. So the more in a legal system, the different parts, the professions, are in an open, frank discourse, where courts, lawyers, professors, NGOs, media, and the public at large, where they are part of a discursive community, where they debate of rights issues, the situation of rights is for sure stronger and better than in a country where we have a kind of fragmentation between these discursive groups. The most important point, however, when I talk about the impact and resilience of basic rights is what is their constitutional appreciation? And I think this is a very often overlooked point, which I would like to point out in a little more detail. So we have many constitutions that are featuring basic rights, human rights, and yet they are very, very different when it comes to the degree of appreciation of rights. And that is really, for me, the most important point when we talk about the resilience and impact of rights in their constitutional frame domestically. To understand that, I would like to talk a little bit about the Constitution and the position human rights have in the Constitution. So what are constitutions? For me, constitutions are, when they are meaningful, the legal manifestation of the social contract. What is a social contract? The social contract is basically our fiction, our idea, our concept about how do we want to live in a society. Why is this a fiction? It is a fiction because we are not asked. No one in this room is asked if you subscribe to the social contract of the Republic of Indonesia. I was not asked about my opinion about the social contract of my country. So it is a fiction. We somehow assume that a certain idea about how should we rule the political community is supported by enough power, then it is stronger than any other concept we have in the country. That is simply the social contract. We don't need to agree, every one of us. Many of us might not even be fully aware what is the content of the social contract. Many of us might be simply happy with the order that is. We say, better what we have than everything else. Some of us might be very clear about it and support the social contract, and some of us might be even against it. But as long as there's enough power backing this kind of core idea about how the society shall be governed and structured, as long as we have a social contract. Yet the social contract is very vague, it can be very disputed, and therefore we need a kind of legal manifestation. And that is for me the Constitution. But not the Constitution at large. Not everything that is in the Constitution is so important that we would attribute it as a part of the social contract or reflection of the contract. That brings me to the link between the social contract and the Constitution, which is a basic structure. So the basic structure of a Constitution is the core part of that Constitution that forms its identity. Constitutional identity is equated here with the basic structure. And the basic structure are the core principles, is the normative heart, the normative horizon of a constitutional community. In Indonesia, it would be Pancasila. In my country, it's called the Free Democratic Basic Order, and you have all possibilities. In socialist countries, the basic structure is somehow defined by democratic centralism. In an Islamic state, it is defined by the supreme authority of Allah. So we have very different contents here, but what we have to appreciate is the fact that any constitution that is supposed to be meaningful has something like this basic structure, this core set of principles and ideas governing the rest of the Constitution and structuring that Constitution. And then we have the question, are human rights part of that or not? If human rights are part of the basic structure, then they will have a greater impact and a stronger resilience than constitutions where they are, but not as part of the basic structure. I will give you an example. I'm living in Thailand for a long time, and I witnessed the last coup d'etat in Thailand, and for 5 years, certain rights, important rights, political rights, were largely suspended. But if you would go on the street and talk to people, if they like the situation politically or not, it was not changing that much the feeling of the people about the reality on the ground. Because human rights are an important part of the Constitution, but not necessarily, I would argue, of the basic structure. So to suspend them for a certain time was possible without creating outrage or the feeling of people, the end of our constitutional identity has come. In Western countries, however, human rights are not only part of the Constitution, they define the constitutional identity. So in all European Union constitutions, the constitutions of all European Union states, the basic structure is different from state to state. Some are central states, some are federal states, some feature religion, some not, some are even explicitly secular. But what we all share is human rights, the rule of law, and democracy are mutually reinforcing parts of the constitutional basic structure of the core. And that can't be changed. So when we want to know what is the basic structure of the country's constitution, we have to look for the supreme power. How is it regulated? So who exercises the supreme power? Who is entitled to protect the Constitution, and against what is a Constitution protected? We all have, in at least European constitutions, articles that are representing what we call militant constitutionalism or militant democracy. That means we are defending the Constitution, we are protecting the Constitution against its enemies. And we do that not against any threat against the Constitution, but against the basic structure. So if someone wants to undermine the basic structure, we will go after that. We will ban a political party, we will maybe suspend political rights, and so on. So, given this, is the basic structure containing human rights? That is the first question. And secondly, how clear and how consequential this is regulated. So some constitutions are more vague, and some are very precise when it comes to the basic structure. And it doesn't mean that one is good and the other one is bad. It depends on the situation of the country. For example, in Indonesia, I would claim that the basic structure is quite vague. When we talk about Pancasila, we had since the foundation of the Indonesian Republic debates about what is the content of each sila. And the same is true for many countries. So many countries are with purpose vague and are not too precise what is the exact content of the basic structure. In some other countries, we really break it down. So we will clearly work it out, what is the content of each principle forming the basic structure. And that has a strong impact on the resilience of the basic structure and therefore also human rights. Let me now come to the last point. The changes and the challenges affecting human rights in a given country. Here I would say we have to appreciate the fact that in our days, and that is why this conference makes really sense in an international perspective, we face basically the same challenges globally. And when you look at the history of civilizations, there are always three dimensions in which we have change that can become critical. And these are the environment, technology, and the social political structure. So always when we have profound change or profound crisis in one of these dimensions, we have a strong transformation of the society. or even a crisis or the end of a society. And when we look at these three domains, environment, technology, and the social political structure, we see indeed a lot of challenges for the constitutional basic structure, for our political identity, and therefore also for human rights emerging. Let me very briefly point out some of them, because I have, I think, only 3 minutes left. So first of all, when we look at the environment, we see that we are facing a time where we have more and more mass migration. We will see mass migration to an extent that we didn't know before, and that will put us under the question, how true are we towards our own constitutional identity or moral values that are forming that identity, and we can also say for human right understanding and concept. We have that question very much in Europe. So the question here is, what do you do if millions of people come to your country? Do you want to invite them to your country and help them, which is for many people the consequence of our human rights approach? Or do we refuse it in the name of national security and to preserve the living standard we have, thereby at least putting our core values or constitutional identity under challenge? So this is a huge problem, especially for European societies. Then we have technology, and we talk about disruptive technology, and there we see really in the world history a unique moment where we have an accelerating technological transformation that is changing basically the condition of life of human beings. So we are more and more transferring our life into the digital sphere. We are under surveillance potentials that were unimaginable some years ago. And we are also changing thereby our worldviews, our idea about what constitutes a human being, and so on. And all that affects our understanding of human rights. It affects our, if you want, our human rights muscle as an individual. So if I know that I'm constantly surveyed, or I can be constantly surveyed, and the results of the surveillance, the data obtained about me, can be used to calculate who I am, what I will do with artificial intelligence, with all these capacities we have there, then I will really think about what I express, maybe even what I think when I use the digital sphere. And that has definitely a strong effect on the reality of human rights. Lastly, talking about the social political structure, I think in all societies globally we see polarization, contestation, and the disconnect between the people and the governments. And this is also very important for the reality of human rights, as human rights are supposed to be the integrating supreme morality in a legal shape in a country. And if we are living in a very polarized country, in a country where the core values are contested, human rights easily become an instrument, become a political tool, and lose their ability to convince the people and their ability to create a feeling of identity, of political identity in the populace. And this is also affecting their link with democracy and the rule of law. As soon as we are using human rights as a tool in a polarized and disconnected society, we are risking to undermine the very value, the very meaning of human rights and their link with democracy and the rule of law. So we will have a fragmentation of these different elements of our basic structure, and that is what we can see in many countries where we use human rights to the detriment of the democratic discourse and to the detriment of the rule of law. The last point I would like to make is that we also have to be aware of the change of the global balance of power, not to a clear new state, where we don't know where it will go, but we definitely have a great volatility in the global balance of power or the global correlation of force. So we are not that clear about who will be on which position in the future when we talk about global power. The United States and Europe, China and Russia. Then we have a lot of other very important emerging middle powers We have the BRICS and so on. This has a lot to do with the future of rights, because rights can be interpreted in the very Western sense. We have that on the global stage in many important arenas, but we also have other versions of human rights, and the question will be, do we have really equally recognized conceptions of human rights, or do we still have some human rights being more important than others, and so on? And that has to do a lot with a global balance of power that is changing, and I think we don't know really where it goes. So this is the last challenge I would like to point out. And I think I reached already my time, and would like to thank you again very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gressel. I think the important point is about the social contract, that you say that social contract is the important essential to how human rights will be can enforcement in the states. Okay, and you say that social contract is the most basic level state that human beings give up a certain right they have in a state of nature in order to obtain the security and right profit to protection in the state. Okay, and the second speaker is Prof. Suni. How are you, Prof? Fine, okay. Okay, are you ready to presentation your material?
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Professor Dona.
Amin.
Okay, I
Yes, okay. Time yours.
stand.
Okay.
Baik, saya akan mungkin menggunakan dua bahasa ya, Pak Dona, mungkin Inggris and Indonesia, begitu ya. Karena saya lihat yang ada di atas sudah mulai sleepy, bahkan ada yang sudah real sleep gitu, real sleep yang ada di atas. Oke, selamat pagi, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, Rahayu, Rahayu. Whom I respect Professor Henning Glaser for Germany, but how are you? I want you healthy today, and I see you fresh from my laptop. I see you. Whom I respect to Professor Nuraida, whom I respect you, Professor Wazir, and thank you, three speakers join in this conference today. Dan selamat pagi, siang buat semuanya. Apa kabar? Baik? Alhamdulillah baik. Thank you for participant. 21 country in here. Okay, I cannot count person to person, but thank you, you join with us. Dan pada pagi hari ini saya akan menyampaikan tentang bagaimana relationship antara strong state, Pancasila, and reflecting human right in the Indonesian democracy. Bagaimana sebenarnya hubungan antara negara yang kuat dengan Pancasila, serta bagaimana mengimplementasikan human right di negara demokrasi di Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Pancasila interact with the concept of human right within the country's democratic governance system. Here is a brief exploration of this topic. The firstly, Pancasila is Indonesia foundational ideology. Pancasila composed of 5 principles was introduced by Sukarno in 1945 as the philosophical basis of the Indonesian state. Saya kira semuanya sudah tahu bagaimana Pancasila ini dikenalkan oleh Presiden kita Soekarno. Pancasila yang pertama adalah believe in one God, yaitu ketuhanan yang Maha Esa. As and civilized humanity, kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab. And number 3, Indonesian unity, persatuan Indonesia. Number 4, democracy guided by inner wisdom and unanimity, atau kerakyatan yang dipimpin oleh hikmat kebijaksanaan dalam permusyawaratan perwakilan. Dan social justice for all Indonesians, keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Pancasila is seen as guiding philosophy meant to balance religious culture and social diversity in Indonesia, providing a framework for unity. How to concept of the strong state? Historically, Indonesia has swung between different conception of the state power. Under Soekarno, old order, and Suharto, new order, the strong state reverted to centralized form of authority with limited political freedom. And this period, the state often justified limiting democratic participation and designed under the guise of national stability, development, and unity. Suharto, New Order regime, in particular, emphasized a centralized authoritarian governance where Pancasila was often used to suppress opposition, claiming it as a tool of national unity and stability. Ladies and gentlemen, how do the human right and the Indonesian democracy post-reformasi? Bagaimana sebenarnya hak asasi manusia di negara Indonesia setelah reformasi? The fall of Suharto, known as a reformasi period, make a significant shift toward democratization. The era saw a greater significant shift. The era saw a greater emphasis on human rights, with Indonesia ratifying key international human rights convention and adopting a more democratic political system. However, despite this reform, the legacy of the strong states still influence political. Tension persists between upholding Pancasila principle of unity and harmony and fully implementing a liberal democratic approach to human rights, especially when it's come to issue like a freedom of religion. Kita bebas untuk memilih agama yang akan kita pilih. While Pancasila recognize belief in one God, religious minorities sometimes face discrimination. Issue number 2, freedom of speech and press. Criticism of the government can still be met the repressive measures with law like the electronic information and transaction, atau yang kita kenal dengan ITE. Law used to silent dissent. LGBTQ and right, these rights are often framed as incompatible with Pancasila, moral and social justice principle, leading to significant social and legal challenge. Okay, next slide. explain about how to balancing Pancasila and human right in contemporary Indonesia. Today, Indonesia democracy grappled with balancing the strong state model with the growing demand for civil liberties. Pancasila is often invoked in debate about the limit of this freedom. Some argue that the state should continue to take an assertive role in regulating society to maintain national unity and social justice, while others push for more open the pluralistic interpretation that better align with global human rights standard. Dan selanjutnya kita akan membahas tentang bagaimana tantangan yang dihadapi oleh Pancasila sebagai sebuah filosofi dan kemudian dilaksanakan di Indonesia. Implementation Pancasila is a unifying philosophy designed to maintain Indonesia religious, culture, and social diversity. Faces several challenges. Below are the key challenges. Firstly, Indonesia have religious diversity and religious intolerance. Tantangannya adalah, while the first principle of Pancasila emphasizes belief in a one almighty God, its implementation doesn't always ensure protection for all religious groups. Indonesia officially recognizes 6 religions: Islam, Protestant, Catholic, Hindu, Buddhist, and Confucianism. But minority groups such as indigenous belief system and the Ahmadiyya community often face discrimination and intolerance. Bagaimana dampaknya kalau tantangannya seperti itu? Dampaknya adalah religious intolerance and the form of attack on places of worship, of restriction on religious practice, reveal tension in implementing Pancasila, principle of diversity and harmony. Saya kira cukup jelas. Number 2, tantangan yang dihadapi oleh Pancasila adalah rising ethnic sentiment and sectarianism. Tantangannya adalah Indonesia is home to over 1,300 ethnic group with diverse language, culture, and traditional. Indonesia itu memiliki 1.300 masyarakat adat, kalau bisa disimpulkan demikian. Despite Pancasila commitment to Indonesian unity, ethnic conflict in regions such as Papua, Maluku, and Sulawesi indicate that ethnic and sectarian division remain problematic. Jadi mungkin kalau kita lihat sebegitu banyaknya masyarakat adat, ada banyak problematika tentang bagaimana beragamnya etnik di Indonesia, mulai di Papua, Maluku, dan Sulawesi. Apa dampaknya? Ethnic-based conflict and culture difference test the nation ability to maintain unity under Pancasila. Economic disparities and political marginalization of certain ethnic group further exacerbate tension. Number 3, it's radicalism and extremism. Tantangan yang dihadapi oleh Pancasila adalah the rise of radicalism and extremism, which promotes ideologies that oppose Pancasila, poses a significant threat to national stability and unity. Some radical groups seek to replace Pancasila with religious law, such as comprehensive implementation of Sharia with endangers the nation, religious and cultural diversity. Dampaknya, extremists lead to polarization within society, not only damaging interfaith harmony, but also inciting violence against minority group and deepening social segregation. Number 4, tantangan yang keempat terkait dengan social and economic inequality. Bagaimana dengan social and economic inequality? Tantangannya adalah social and economic disparities between wealthy and a poor region, as well as between urban center and remote area, are still pronounced. The principle of social justice in Pancasila demand equal distribution of wealth, but implementation struggle to address poverty in underdeveloped areas. Apa dampaknya? Dampaknya adalah social and economic injustice fuel dissatisfaction and regional tension, undermining social harmony and weakening national unity. And number 4, challenge for Pancasila about corruption and weak law enforcement. You know about corruption? Corruption is extraordinary crime. A lot of definition about corruption. But corruption, the meaning we make money state for family, for constituent, for anything. But in Indonesia, a lot of corruption. For people, potential to corruption. Apa tantangannya? Widespread corruption at a various level of a government weaken public trust in the state and the rule of law. The principle of a just and civilized humanity and social justice in Pancasila are difficult to realize when state officials themselves engage in a corrupt practice. Apa dampaknya? Corruption obstruct the fair distribution of resource and lead to inequality in the public service, creating social discontent and complicating efforts to strengthen national unity. Number 6, the misuse of Pancasila for political interest. Kita sering menggunakan Pancasila untuk keperluan atau kepentingan politik. Menggunakan Pancasila untuk kepentingan politik. Pancasila is sometimes misused by political group on a government to justify political or action that are inconsistent with human right or democratic value. For example, accusation of being anti-Pancasila are occasionally used the silent political opponent or group with differing views. Dan dampaknya, the political misuse of Pancasila diminishes the credibility as tool for national unity, instead causing polarization within society. Number 7, tantangan yang dihadapi dalam mengimplementasikan Pancasila adalah lack of deep understanding of Pancasila. For younger generation, understanding of Pancasila is often superficial, limited to rote memorization without deeper appreciation of the values it represents. Education tends to focus more on memorization than contextual application, causing Pancasila to lose relevance in contemporary society. Dan dampaknya, the lack of internalization of Pancasila value in everyday life lead to the degradation of these values, making it increasingly difficult to achieve its goal as unifying philosophy. And the last, globalization and foreign influence. Tantangan Pancasila atau mengimplementasikan Pancasila adalah terkait dengan globalization and foreign influence. In the era of globalization, the influence of foreign ideologies and culture such as extreme capitalism, liberalism, or consumerism can conflict with Pancasila value, which emphasize mutual cooperation atau yang sering disebut dengan gotong royong, social justice and balance between rights and duties. Dan dampaknya adalah the penetration of foreign ideology and cultures can erode national identity and reduce appreciation for Pancasila, which in the long term might weaken national unity. Conclusion. While Pancasila was designed as a unifying philosophy that can accommodate Indonesia religious, culture, and social diversity, its implementation faces various challenges issues such as religious intolerance, ethnic conflict, radicalism, social inequality, corruption, and foreign influences continue to test the strength of Pancasila as a foundation for nationality atau national unity. To address this challenge, a strong commitment is needed from the government, society, and all elements of the nation to continually uphold and strengthen Pancasila implementation and daily life. Ya, kita berharap bahwa semua yang ada di Indonesia ini, seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, baik warga negara Indonesia maupun warga negara asing, harus bisa memaknai Pancasila dengan sesungguhnya sehingga kita bisa meminimalisasi terhadap tantangan-tantangan yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat Indonesia di era demokrasi kontemporer. Sekian, terima kasih atas atensinya. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Prof. Suni, for your session, for your knowledge to us about the Pancasila and human rights in Indonesia. Maybe I want to tell us that Pancasila is our Indonesia ideology and is a unique philosophy to implementation in our Indonesian society. Okay, for the next session is sesi discussion, and I want to our participant to maybe you have some question and please say your name and your question to for speakers, and we have two sessions in our discussion. I have 5 questions for the participant, please. Maybe for international student or the student in this conference. Yes, maybe if you cannot speak English, you speak Indonesian language. Okay, the first is from international student. Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to introduce myself. I am Baha from Bangladesh.
Yes, Maha.
Baha
From
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay.
Thank you so much for your insightful discussion, Professor Ruhaida and Professor Henning Reiner. I would like to ask some questions. Rohingya population, the most oppressed people of the last century and this century, which is still ongoing. Many of my friends in Indonesia have the misconception that the Rohingya population is from Bangladesh. But today, I want to strongly state they are the people of Myanmar. I always like to call them Rohingya population, not Rohingya Muslims, as because they are not only Muslims, but also Hindu and Buddhist included. Today, there are about 2 million Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, which is an important issue in social and political field of Bangladesh. So my first question, is it a lack of international political will to take no proper international action against this human rights violation? Secondly, how is it possible to take these huge refugees back to their own land when there is a civil war going throughout Myanmar? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Baha from Bangladesh, for Dr. Rohida. Okay, the next question. Yes, please. Yeah.
All right, thank you for the time. So my name is Lima. I'm from Social and Politics from University of 11 Maret. I specifically asked this question to Sir Wazir Ali as the Ministry of Education government of Pakistan, since I'm also a freshman. That would be amazing to hear your answers from your perspective as someone that in the government and managing the education. As you have mentioned, the social media currently helping a lot of people around of the world, especially Pakistan, to aspire their opinion or even engaging in social movement to make impact on society. But with current problems still as a woman, there are still some problem about gender inequality that sometimes lead to human rights violation. For example, in Pakistan, there is a honor killing, or in another aspect, even like right now, women in Pakistan, in Pakistani politics or parliamentary, also facing some problems due to cultural reason, like it's a taboo or something like that. As a Ministry of Education, do you have any suggestion for us, especially the youth, to face this problem with use of social media, especially for feminism? Because in some country, it's still a taboo. It's still kind of wrong to say or speak up about feminism. Do you also have any recommendation for us how to use social media with powerful impact, but at the same time obeying the law? Thank you.
Thank you, Wima, yeah, from Wima. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Wima. And the third question maybe from, yes, from, yes, please. Rwanda, from Rwanda.
Thank you very much for the fruitful presentation. First of all, I have to introduce myself. I'm Jean Sengyumva from Rwanda. You can also call me John. I'm a student in the Facultas in Social and Politics, specifically in Communication Science. My question are to and addressed to the first presenter, Mr. Wazir Ali. The first one is related to the freedom of expression. We know in Africa, as I told you, most of African professional journalists face many and serious problems when they involve in history of politicians to publish their dark activity or to go in deep on what is going on in the government, especially on the high position. Some of them even disappear. I would like to share about how in Pakistan you try to protect the human rights of professional journalists who are engaged to be involved in political and fight for providing the public the news which are true. The second one is related to the issue of cyber security. I would like to know which are the strategy used by Pakistan government to overcome or to predict from the cyber security, like human trafficking or like kidnapping people, just using the social medias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin from Rwanda. Okay, maybe we stop for 3 questions. First from Baha from Bangladesh is specialist to Dr. Rohida. The case for Rohingya in Myanmar. How the international strategy to solve the problem, Dr. Rohida. And Rima from student from Universitas 11 Maret, especially to Ali, Mr. Ali, about the strategy to young and kids to solve negative impact of social media, especially compared with the Pakistan. And 3 for Justice from Rwanda, special to Mr. Kesho and Mr. Wazir Ali, how to protect the journalists, yes. From Pakistan, in African, it's very many human rights violation, how the strategy to protect the journalists. Okay, the first, please, Dr. Rohida, to answer the question. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Baha. But I think this question can also be answered by Mr. Jennings later. But I'll try my best. I'll give a shot first. Okay, unfortunately, at the moment, I do not have the most ideal solution to the predicament of the Rohingya population of Myanmar. And yes, international community has started with a few avenues. There's a proceeding before the ICJ, and there's a team that was sent to the Myanmar for, to gather information and to, to try to assess the situation and come up with their solution. But to those to no avail because of the lack of cooperation by the military government at that moment. Yeah, it was not a military government. It was during the democratic government that established at the time of the request made. And with regard, and I think I came across a statement by the international body that this matter has to be addressed by the regional institution rather than the international institution. So that will bring us to ASEAN and ICHAR. So what has been done by ASEAN and ICHAR, unfortunately, I have to say that there's not much concrete solution provided for by ICHAR, other than closed door discussion. There's no solid and strong statement made by the Rohingyas, by the members against the Rohingyas representative at the meeting, and there were few occasions in which they simply walk off from the agenda. Yeah, they refused to even be present and talk about the petition. And with regard to Malaysia, Malaysia currently have about 300,000 registered Rohingya refugee. Is the biggest among the ASEAN countries. So basically, we are now, suffering because of the human rights situation in Myanmar, and the government keep on trying to push them off when they arrive at our sea. Yeah, there were occasions in which they were pushed back to the sea. And that has received a lot of criticism from the civil society organization. But at the time being, there's not much can be done by the government. They still refuse to rectify the refugee convention. Basically, they are saying that government has to give priority to the rights of the citizen rather than the refugee. But yet, those who registered with the UNHCR, they allowed to remain in the country. But unfortunately, the domestic legal framework is not supporting them. So they're not allowed to work. They're not allowed to enter to the public school. I mean, their children and whatnot. So what I'm saying is that they must really resolve these issues. There must be holistic action taken by the state. State must be open up on these particular issues, and civil society organization. So there should be more avenue for them to establish informal education center for them to go to school, especially the children, and also to a certain extent to provide opportunity to them to work. I think the ideal durable solution for them is other than refoulement, returning them to their own country. I think the best one is to resettle them to the another country. Yeah, like especially in the European. But I have to conclude with one remark. In Malaysia, we are having issues, especially the UNHCR, to distinguish between the identification of Rohingya is also problematic. Yeah. Because there are many cases which is reported by UNHCR that they actually are Bangladeshi who claim themselves as a Rohingya, to get the whatever perks or benefit if they were to be accepted as Rohingya refugee in the Malaysian context. So that's all. I'm looking forward for more avenue, this evolutionary approach within ASEAN to solve this Rohingyas predicament. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rohita. Maybe Baha have feedback? No? Okay. Please. Mr. Ali, maybe you can have answer from Lima from Universitas 11 Maret. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. First, we have to see that what is the difference between the Indonesian society and the society in Pakistan. In Indonesia, women are more empowered. Here they are allowed to go outside, they could work, they could have the life they want. In Pakistan, the situation is entirely different. We have mostly the male dominant society, and it is for centuries. It is not just for last 10, 20 or 30 years, but the change is happening. It is not like that women are not going for education, women are not doing jobs, but now it is changing because of the economic needs, because of the social needs. Now women are working, women are getting education, but still there are problems. We could not say that we have done everything. Change is happening, but it will take time. And with the help of social media, now women are also protesting for their rights. They are asking for more, and gradually things will be fine, but it will take some time. So things are happening. Lastly, women do a big protest in Pakistan. It was a Me Too organized protest for a longer period of time, that women wanted protection at their work, women wanted protection if they are going to the schools and colleges. But still, we could not say that it has been done. It is happening, and it will take some more time to happen. And to some extent, we don't have that much education level which Indonesia has, and we don't have that much tolerant society which Indonesia or Malaysia has. We are not as tolerant as people are here. They are humble, they are friendly. So the change of mind is also doing some things. So gradually things are moving towards the positive side. And social media has given people the freedom to speak. Social media has provided an avenue where they could discuss their problems to find solutions. I hope that you have got the answer.
Okay.
So if we move to the second question, which has been asked from a friend from Rwanda, that journalists are facing challenges in Africa. Similarly, journalists are also facing problems in entire world. Like so many journalists are being killed in Palestine. Similarly, in India, in Pakistan, so in Afghanistan. So situation is not good for journalists anywhere. But governments are trying to protect. But when you are writing something which is totally against them, so it is difficult for you to stay alive. So it is not a crime that journalists are doing, but our societies are intolerant. We could not want that. We must not be exposed. So when we are exposed, so we go to the last stage. Like one of the Pakistani journalists, last year he was killed in Kenya. He left Pakistan to save his life. He went to another country, then from there he was deported. He went to Kenya, and over there in a clash of rebellions and police, he was killed. So we could not say that the situation is ideal for journalists, but anywhere in any part of the world, journalists are not safe because their duty is very difficult. When they are going to expose people, so obviously something is happening. And you have asked about the cyber security. So government has imposed few laws in Pakistan. They have a regulatory authority to monitor that if people are committing some sort of crimes using social media, so there is a law. And if you follow the law, if you report the incident of harassment or anything else, so government is taking action. And there are so many cases in Pakistan where people were caught and they are in the jail, they are sentenced. So things are gradually happening towards that side as well. I hope that I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Okay, the third question from John. Yeah. Yes, John or Justin, your name, please. John. Yeah. Okay. This is special for Mr. Creso and Mr. Ali about the protection for professional journalism in especially in Africa. Is very many case for human rights protection, and which are the strategy for cyber security from for journalists. Mr. Creso, maybe you can answer that question, please.
Yeah, let me try. I can't really answer the question, but I would like to make a point here. First of all, the quality of the legal infrastructure is important. So the more the courts are independent, the more the courts understand what human rights mean, the more journalists can be protected. And secondly, the more human rights are really part of our constitutional identity or national aspiration, the more you can expect any officer to subscribe to that and to respect human rights of journalists and any other defender of human rights. I think that's all I can say, because I know Africa a little bit, but I have been not in Africa for a long, long time, and I really don't know what's going on right now. The last remark I would like to make related to the Rohingyas is we can see the problem of double standards very well, because the idea of human rights globally and in domestic contexts is very much depending on consequence. And if we claim human rights to be the supreme morality shaped in a law, what we sometimes do, then we have to follow up. And we cannot protect the rights of one group and be interested in the rights of one group in one part of the world, and then in another part of the world we don't look at that, we don't care about it. And I think this is one of the biggest problems when we talk about the reality of human rights, that we have these double standards. But that is just something I would like to mention as a problem. I don't know the solution, maybe more honesty, less hypocrisy, but not up to us to realize it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creso. Mr. Ali, do you want to answer the question? Yes, okay. No. Okay. Yeah, okay, the next session for discussion session. I want to specialist for student from Palestine. Yes. Do you want have a comment or question for discussion about human rights, especially in Palestine case?
Thank you very much. My name is Dua Ramlawi. I'm from Palestine. And because you already noticed about that, I just have one question. As we already know what happened not only in Palestine, most of Arab countries. The question is all to our speakers. Are you still believe and think that the human rights already applied and working well? That is all my question. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, the second question from, yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Awal Muhammad Zongo. My question here is, it's related of foreign influence on Pancasila. So as you can see, those are many prosody conflicts around the world that disturb the human right and social life, especially in Middle East, and some countries, or in some countries in Africa. So how can we use, or how can we apply Pancasila to resolve the issue, especially related with Prozriwa in the world? Thank you.
And the third question, silakan, please. Your name and from your country.
Good day, everyone, participants and presenters. Thank you very much for the very informed presentation. I, as a participant, am pleased with the presentations made by all the participants. I have questions for each participant. The first question I want to ask is directed towards the first speaker, Mr. Wazir Ali. Based on a presentation on media rights, and individual rights, I have a question with regards to what is called private rights versus public rights or security rights. My question is, what are some measures taken to address this regarding freedom of expression and protection of individual rights? The issue, as I said, is public security versus private rights regarding social media. What has Pakistan done regarding that? Because we know that there is a lot of cybercrime, which leads to populism or polarization of whatever issues that the world is experiencing. Okay, the second question is directed towards Professor Ruaida, a speech on ASEAN. What human rights issues is the ASEAN championing or emphasizing on as a regional organization? Because ASEAN is a six-member nation, consists of six member states. So what does ASEAN try to promote with regards to human rights issues? Because human rights is general, and what does ASEAN prioritizes with regards to human rights? Example, Myanmar, what does government in Myanmar tries to prioritize amidst a lot of suppressions, violations, etc. Okay, the third one is addressed to Professor Reina Grazier, the Regional Coordinator of ASEAN Human Rights. What is your personal assessment based on your experience with regards to human rights issue, especially the moral imperative, which tends to stand out regarding your presentation, especially on the tendency for moral imperative, because your talk leans towards universalism or universal maxim, because your talk leads towards institutional legislations, constitution, and so forth. So what do you try to emphasize in your own experience as a coordinator at that level? Do you think the moral binding or imperative is more, tend to be more universally applicable and can be established as a universal maxim or rule? Okay. Another question directed towards the last one, sorry, is on Pancasila. Pancasila is, I believe, Indonesia, when it was formed by Sukarno, it is at beginnings, initial years, it was authoritarian in respect, but then over time it changes. So it was termed as the old order, and when Suharto comes in, it was termed as new order, beginning from 1965. But I just want to ask, because Pancasila is regarded as the roadmap or inspiration to guide Indonesia as a nation state. So with regards to what you presented, I'm very interested on individual minority groups with regards to human rights. And in this sense, LBQs, the initial, LGBTQs, gays, lesbians, bisexual, transgenders, keyword or questioning class individuals. So what does Indonesia have in place with regards to, because we have minorities, they tend to be a C when E is actually a E, okay? Or when we have a she who happens to be a she. So what does Indonesia puts into place with regards to policy, regulations to talk about minority issues, because in a world of multiculturalism, we have a lot of issues. So what does Indonesia tries to talk about that minority aspect of the population? Thank you.
Thank you. From Papua New Guinea. Okay, thank you. We also have a participant from Zoom. Maybe the participant from Zoom can have, do you have a question? Please, participant from Zoom. Hello. Do you have a question for our speakers today? Participant from Zoom, do you have a question for our speaker?
I already gave it a comment.
Yes, please. Okay, please, your name and from what the country for you are.
Okay, is that my voice clear?
Yes, yes, we can hear
okay,
you.
Well, my name is Hendy from Erlangga University. Thanks for the opportunity. My question is for Mr. Ali. Well, I'm interested with the statement media as a regional voice. But what if the country made regulation that aims at strengthening, but in reality it weakened the right to freedom of expressions? One of the examples is regulation in digital platforms such as media social. We give our opinion about something, government or the others, but it can be weapon for us because of our regulation is categorized as hate speech or the other things. What do you think about that? I think at the first media social comment, it can be really freedom of expressions, but when it comes to law, it's reduced many things, I think. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, another participant maybe, do you have a question? Participant from Zoom, do you have a question for our speaker? Okay, I think enough because we have 4 questions. The first question from Palestina. Yes, I want all of our speakers give your comment, give your feedback from the question from the Palestina. Do you still believe that human rights can be enforced in Palestine? Okay, maybe the first is Dr. Haida. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Haida.
Quick answer. I think
you are still unmute, Dr. Haida. Your voice is still unmute.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The first question, quick reply, yeah, to the question, do I still believe whether human rights work? Since, you know, there's a lot of conflict all over the world, not only in Palestine, but, you know, in Ukraine and everywhere in Rohingya, close to home. What I can agree is that, you know, teaching international law, international human rights becoming more challenging for me and a lot of my colleagues, yeah, because we received similar question, yeah, to this regard. But do I still believe? Yes, I still believe. I am very optimistic of the framework. Yeah, I believe that, you know, all the legal framework, international framework, regional framework, and also domestic legal framework has to be optimized. Yeah, so there need to be an evolution. There need to be, you know, peer pressures or state pressures, and it's a process. Yeah, so what happened to the victim is unfortunate, you know, but people like us must still, especially academia, we still have to participate in, you know, using this framework, yeah, to try to get justice for them. Thank you.
Yes, and maybe you can answer another question for Papua New Guinea. What does ASEAN prioritize in empowering human rights issue?
Okay, I do not have like really a statistic to, you know, like a qualitative statistic to support my answer, but it's purely based on my observation, my research work. Yeah, I believe because ASEAN is, you know, under yeah, the underpinning principle that support ASEAN is basically ASEAN way or ASEAN value. Yeah, this is not a new concept. Yeah, so this is like introduced like decades ago. Yeah, and if we look at ASEAN value, so basically ASEAN leaders, they prioritize the collective rights rather than individual rights. So hence, they have a tendency to agree, to speak up and reach consensus on, you know, economic, social and cultural right rather than civil and political right. Yeah. So, and they also have a tendency to give priority to, you know, social unity, peace, yeah, rather than, you know, strengthening individual right, which to a certain extent can be considered as threat to justice, a threat to peace and harmony within the country and also within the region. And if we look at the list of instrument that has been adopted, because this is the way how you look at their work and to see their pattern and their focus, you can see that, you know, they have a declaration, the adopted declaration on protection of the rights of migrant workers, you know, in 2007, and then they have a declaration on violence against women and children, 2013, as early as 2013. And then they can agree on a convention against trafficking in person, especially women and children. So I reckon that these are non-controversial issues, not interfere in the, you know, issue of boundaries, resources, you know, hence will let, you know, reach the red flag, you know, everybody will say that, oh, this is an interference, you know. So I would say that, you know, the priorities will be more on the low hanging fruit, yeah, more the issues that can reach consensus easily among the members of the ASEAN.
Thank you, Dr. Weda. The next question for Prof. Suni, the question from Nikoya, yes, like how we apply the Pancasila with the human rights situation in the Middle East and Africa, and the question from Papua New Guinea, that the question is what is the impact of Pancasila in minority group like at Indonesia? Action for that.
Okay,
thank you.
Palestine too?
Yes, Palestine too.
Okay. About my opinion, bagaimana penegakan hukum hak asasi manusia di Palestina, apakah mungkin atau tidak? Menurut saya mungkin, walaupun susah. Ada beberapa hal yang harus dilakukan. Jadi upholding human rights in Palestine remain possible, but it is heavily dependent on resolving to broader Israel-Palestina conflict. Major challenges such as prolonged conflict, occupation, blockade, humanitarian crisis, lack of international support and international Palestinian issue make this task difficult. Jadi saya katakan sulit ya. Memang bisa tapi mungkin tapi sulit, difficult. Namun ada hal yang mungkin bisa diupayakan. However, with a global diplomatic pressure, a commitment to the just solution, and effort from international organization and civil society, there is a chance to improve the situation and ensure that the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people are protected. Okay, it's my opinion, because it's maybe can enforce human rights, but it's thus difficult. Okay, number 2 question about Pancasila. Oke, tadi pertanyaannya tentang apakah Pancasila itu bisa dilaksanakan di negara lain, begitu ya Pak ya? Aduh, terutama di kalau saya katakan sih sebenarnya dalam bahasa Indonesia ya, secara prinsip nilai-nilai Pancasila itu bisa dilaksanakan di negara lain. But Pancasila is a foundational philosophy of Indonesia, contain universal value that could potentiality be applied in other contexts globally. However, its implementation in other countries will face several challenges, because Pancasila was shaped by Indonesian unique historical culture and social circumstance. Pancasila was formed based on Indonesia's unique historical experience, including its struggle for independence, ethnic and religious diversity, and effort to create stability and ethnic pluralism. Applying Pancasila in other countries may require significant adaptation, must be the country's adaptation, because a cultural context, political system is different. Cultural context, every country has a distinct cultural background. Example, Pancasila emphasizes on belief in one almighty God, but might not align with secular or atheist countries. I think countries with system or atheist, I think maybe must adaptation. Political system, countries with different political systems, such as absolute monarchies or authoritarian regime, might find its challenges to adopt democratic and deliberative principle embedded in Pancasila. And conclusionnya atau kesimpulannya, in a principle the value with Pancasila such as humanity, unity, democracy, and social justice, contain universal element that could be applied in the other countries. However, applying Pancasila directly would not be feasible without adjusting it to fit the cultural, social, political, and religious context of the country in question. Each nation has its own history and dynamic that differ from Indonesia, meaning Pancasila would likely need to be adapted to remain relevant and applicable in other countries. Okay. Number 3 about Pancasila, apakah bisa diinterpretasikan untuk mendukung hak-hak LGBT? Nah, secara teoritis, ini saya pakai bahasa Indonesia dulu ya. Secara teoritis, Pancasila memang kelihatannya dapat diinterpretasikan untuk mendukung hak-hak LGBT, terutama jika dilihat dari perspektif hak asasi manusia, keadilan sosial, kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab. Namun dalam implementasinya di Indonesia, Pancasila sering digunakan untuk menolak hak-hak LGBT, terutama kenapa? Karena interpretasi sila pertama yang dipengaruhi oleh nilai-nilai agama dan moral konservasi. Artinya nilai-nilai agama di Indonesia hampir rata-rata semuanya tidak membenarkan yang namanya LGBT. Namun kalau kita lihat dari interpretasi dari perspektif HAM, keadilan sosial, kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab, itu secara teori Pancasila dapat diinterpretasikan untuk mendukung hak-hak LGBT. Namun Pancasila tidak bisa diinterpretasikan secara parsial. Pancasila harus dilaksanakan seluruhnya. Pancasila-sila yang pertama itu mencakup sila kedua, ketiga, dan keempat. Jadi tidak bisa dipisah-pisahkan. Jadi kalau mungkin saya bisa sampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris bahwa in the theory Pancasila could be interpreted to support LGBT rights, particularly from the perspective of human rights, social justice, and just the civilized humanity. However, in its implementation in Indonesia, Pancasila is often used to justify the rejection of LGBT rights, primarily due to the interpretation of the first principle, which is heavily influenced by conservative religious and moral value. A mighty God. Jadi ketuhanan yang Maha Esa ini yang harus menjadi sila yang melingkupi seluruh nilai, seluruh sila, tidak hanya hak asasi manusia dan kemudian keadilan sosial. Debat tentang Pancasila dan LGBT atau the debate over Pancasila and LGBT issue in Indonesia reflect the tension between traditional religious, meaning traditional religious values, and modern demand for human rights and social inclusion. To achieve balance, more inclusive dialogue and need the text to account the diversity of view in Indonesian society while respecting the principle of humanity and justice promoted by Pancasila. Jadi sekali lagi bahwa Pancasila harus dimulai dimaknai dari ketuhanan yang Maha Esa, dan semua masyarakat yang beragama, agama manapun tidak akan atau tidak mengajarkan yang namanya LGBT. Okay, thank you for your feedback and appreciation. Saya kembalikan ke Pak Dona.
Thank you, Prof. Suni. Mr. Soko, from Nigeria, do you have a feedback? Do you have a feedback? No? Still, yes? Okay, enough? Okay. Mr. Kezo, yes, maybe you can answer we need your comment about the implementation of human rights in Palestine, Mr. Kezo. Time is yours.
Thank you. Very brief on Palestine, I would say it is very much a matter of power and interest. And there we see the problem with human rights. There are always interest involved, there's power needed, and if this is lacking, human rights will not be realized. And I think that's the biggest issue. However, it is not only that we have the actors on the state level that are relevant, but we also have the domestic actors. And US elections can have an influence. The mobilization of public opinions in one or the other direction might have an influence as well. And I think we also will see a different approach probably of the international community when the Ukraine war is taking a turn. So in that case, that will have effects on the Palestine issue as well. But we see here clearly the limitations, and I think that is explaining one of the paradoxes of human rights, which is they are at the same time very strong and very weak. They are very believed in, and they are also rejected by many because of exactly this. And there was another question about the situation in ASEAN. I think it's interesting to point out here that human rights are not the only form of public morality that is applicable. We have also religious sources of that. We have in many countries customary laws like adat in Indonesia or Malaysia, which is also providing a kind of morally seated order. And we also have different interpretations of rights. So I think that is very much visible in ASEAN, where we have very different approaches in different countries. And I think all of that is somehow reflected on the ground in ASEAN.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grezul. And the last, Mr. Ali. Okay, please answer the question.
As all of the speakers has mentioned about the question, Dua has asked about the human rights violation in Palestine. As we all know that at the moment this is a very sad and the biggest issue in the world. And all of the Muslim countries are trying to make sure that there must be a solution, that Palestine and Israel war must come to an end. And this is a big issue even in the American elections, as Professor Glesser has also mentioned. So efforts are being made. Let's see when things are going to happen. And we have to keep hoping because we don't have any other option. So hopes are high. I hope that things will happen positively. Second question, which was asked about private rights and public rights, protection of individual rights in cybersecurity in Pakistan. So there is a law which is implemented recently in Pakistan that if you defamate someone, if you try to humiliate someone, or you try to do something on social media, so there is a defamation law. So you could be jailed for that, you could be sentenced in that to enter into the private life of someone. So laws are being implemented, but it takes a time, longer time for the judicial system to make sure that you get the justice. But laws are there. So obviously we as a social media user, we all have to be responsible the act we are doing. And as a responsible citizen, it's also our responsibility not to enter someone's private life or do something on social media that is going to hurt their sentiments or something. And the last question, which was asked about the social harassment on social media. So similarly, same law is used for defamation. If someone has any issue or someone is going to insult, harass, or doing some sort of crime, so defamation law and the cyber security law both are used to sentence someone or to capture those people who are misusing the social media accounts or going to be involved in the crimes which are involved through social media. So obviously we could not say that these things are not happening. These are happening, but when people are sentenced or when people are getting justice, so then we could see that yeah, something is happening. So things are moving in this direction as well. Thank you all for 3 questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this conference. And before we close the conference, We would like to take the closing statement and conclusion for each of our speakers today. Please, the speaker take the closing statement. And the first is we want to Dr. Oida for closing statement and conclusion. Time is yours for Dr. Oida.
Okay, I don't expect this. Okay, what I can see is that let's work together. Let's work together. Each of us can contribute to the betterment in terms of the safeguarding and protection of human rights in our country, yeah, and also if we do have the opportunity to participate in the improvement or in the work of the institution at the higher level, which is the regional or the international body, and then by all means let's continue doing what we believe in, what we invest in, yeah, to contribute for the betterment of the safeguarding of human rights and fundamental liberty. Don't give up, keep optimistic. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next, please, Mr. Kreso, do you have a closing statement and conclusion for your material presentation, please?
Thank you. I just would like to point out the function of basic rights or human rights for a democratic society that has to be underlined. It's very important to be aware that the protection of human rights is not only in the favor or the interest of the individual, but of the society at large. There is no liberal democracy or there is no working democracy if you have no rights. So if no one dares to speak or to think or to express herself or himself, then we will have no democracy. And this link is very important. And the last link I would like to stress is the link to the rule of law. Without the rule of law, without a reliable legal enforcement, human rights are likewise valueless. And on the other hand, if the rule of law is supposed to realize human rights, the rule of law will be more respected. The last point I would like to make is that when we look at from that perspective, human rights have a collective value for society. They're not just the issue of one individual trying to enforce the individual interest against the community interest, but respecting human rights is something that is respect for the community if that community adopts human rights as core value. That's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kreso. And Mr. Ali, maybe you can closing statement and conclusion for your presentation.
Thank you. I would say that most of the Asian countries have the newborn democracies. They are not for the centuries here. So we have been colonized and now we have started witnessing the democracies. We are making mistakes, but we are learning from those. So if we keep learning from our mistakes, so maybe in a decade or two, our democracies will be more stronger. If democracies will be more stronger, so obviously human rights will not be violated and human rights will be respected. And at the individual level, everyone has to be responsible as a citizen. If we obey the laws, so the law will also obey us and law will also take its way. So this is the best thing. At the individual level, then we have the responsibility at the community level and then at the country level. So this way we have to move bit by bit and our democracies will give us everything which we desire. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Okay. The last from Prof. Suni, silakan.
Thank you, Mr. Dona. At my closing statement, the interplay, the strong states, Pancasila, and human rights reflect the ongoing challenges in Indonesia democracy. Pancasila remains a symbol of unity and stability, but its interpretation continues to evolve as the country seek to reconcile its traditional value with modern democratic and human rights ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Sunil. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our session, our last session. We would like to thanks for our speakers. First for Dr. Wahida and Mr. Gueso and also Mr. Ali and Prof. Suni for the informative and interesting presentation today, and also for all the participants in this conference. Thank you for you, and finally give the applause for our speaker and our participants. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you so much for all amazing speakers and moderators. Again, give applause for our speakers and moderators. Okay, next we will move to the next agenda to give memento as a form of appreciation to the speakers and moderators who have contributed to this conference. First, we will represent the memento for the virtual speakers. The first one will be given for Associate Professor Rohaida Nordin. We invite Ms. Rohaida to receive a memento virtually through the screen that has been prepared. And we will take a screenshot in 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much for Associate Professor Rohaida Nurdin. For the next one, we will give in the memento virtually through the screen for Mr. Henning Glaser Reiner. And we will also take a screenshot. So we will take a picture in 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for Mr. Henning Glaser Reiner and Mrs. Associate Professor Rohaida Nurdin. For the next one, we will represent memento in here for Professor Dr. Suni Umul Firdaus SHMH that will be given by Dr. Gayatri Dia Suprabawati SHMH. For Professor Suni Umul Firdaus and Dr. Gayatri, please take a stage. Okay, for the next one, we will invite Mr. Wazir Ali to come forward and receive a memento that will be given by conference committee by Azza. For Azza and Mr. Wazir Ali, please take a seat. Okay, and last but not least, we will give in a memento for our beloved moderator, Dr. Dona Budi Karisma, SHMH, and also will be given by one of the conference committee for Dr. Dona Budi Karisma and also the committee. The time is yours. For Azza, you can give the memento to Dr. Dona Budi Karisma. Okay, thank you so much for the excellent presentation at the seminar for all speakers and moderators that help us in guiding the national seminar. It was a truly outstanding presentation. We hope the material shared will be beneficial for all participants, and we kindly ask all speakers and moderators to take their seats again. Well, everyone, we have reached the end of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2024. We thank you for all of your attendance and participants. We hope this conference provides valuable insight and contribution to the protection of human rights in the contemporary democratic era. As your Master of Ceremony, I acknowledge and apologize for any mistake. Thus, the International Conference Strengthening the Human Rights Protection Against Global Threats in the Contemporary Democracy Era is officially closed. We look forward to seeing you at ICDNR next year. For all participants, please scan the attendance form that's showed in the screen for receive a certificate. All the participants that attend here must fill out the presentation, the attendance form. After the event close, all participants should fill out the form to get the certificate of the agenda today. So please scan the barcode that has been shared in the screen. All right, thank you. You can fill out after the agenda is closed. So, because our event is already closed, I'm Nimas Indra Sunjaya as your Master of Ceremony, bidding farewell. So, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi Santi, Om Rahayu Rahayu. Please give applause to close this event today. The next month, we would like to provide additional information for all attendants and foreign students. We would like to improve that we provide meals for our guests and foreign students. And for other students, you already allowed to leave the room. Untuk para hadirin undangan dan juga mahasiswa internasional, kami telah menyediakan makanan yang sudah disediakan di belakang. Dan untuk mahasiswa lainnya, sudah dipersilakan untuk meninggalkan ruangan karena acara telah selesai. And don't forget to fill out attendance form to receive a certificate. For the paper presentation participants, after break, kindly continue the presentation agenda in LPPM building. And for the last, as a closing, let's enjoy the final musical performance by Claudia and Jordan. Dan berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Claudia and Jordan.
I was a liar, I gave in to the fire. I knew I should have fought it, at least I'm being honest. Feel like a failure, cause I know that I failed you. I should have done you better, cause you don't want a liar.
And I know she gives you everything, but boy I couldn't give it to ya. And I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without ya.
So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got her in your heart. What I really care is you wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home.
I don't deserve it, I know I don't deserve it, but stay with me a minute, swear I'll make it worth it. Can't you forgive me, at least just temporarily? I know that this is my fault, should have been more careful.
And I know she gave you everything, but boy I couldn't give it to ya. And I know that you got everything, but I got nothing here without ya.
So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I let you go. Baby, I don't care if you get hurt in your heart. All I really care is you wake up in my arm. So one last time, I need to be the one who takes you home.
I knew I should have thought it, at least I'm being honest, yeah.
But stay with me a minute, I swear I'll make it worth it. 'Cause I don't wanna hear without you. So one last time,
I need to be the one who takes you home. One more time, I promise after that I'll let you go. Baby, I don't care if you got hurt in your heart. All I really care is you wake up in my arms. One last time, I need to be the one who takes you home.
One last time, I need to be
The one who takes you home. Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that a physical things divine what's within, and I have been there before, but that life's a bore, so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah.
Some people search for the fountain that promises forever young, yeah. Some people need 3,000 roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them.
Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah.
things. Oh, a world of many things.
If I ain't got you